Standard protocol. I am K-Tana, hottest game developer slash VTuber. I am still having technical difficulties with the dashboard for some reason. It is not loading the thing. Why are the pronouns things? I can always read and change hands. Why is that not working? Why is the pronouns thing not working? Actually, you know, I need to send like a test message real quick. That's still not. Why is it broken again? Functional website. Why is it busted? Anyways, so I got a bunch of work done yesterday off stream for once again, and that should be again encouraged because I need to be working on. I need to be able to actually get work done, regardless of whether or not I am streaming. that would be nice for me to have. Now, things that I actually did yesterday was I've gotten everything very close to just about functional. I'd say the overall UI element down here is now about 75% done. It is still already very functional, and it's really good now, actually. I will actually go ahead and start off today's stream by demonstrating that it is now very functional. Actually, wait. Something I want to do, actually, is I want to create a console command to let me manually change what layout the application thinks it's in. Because otherwise, I can't really test things based on like what scene I'm on in OBS, because that would require me changing scenes in OBS, which I don't want to do that right now because I'm streaming, and then you guys wouldn't be able to actually see what's changing with the application. That kind of, you know, defeats the purpose. So yeah. But with that being said, it has now been implemented as a layout object specifically. That's kind of the thing I was trying to get at with that, with me saying like, you know, oh, I want to set something up so I can like manually change what layout the application thinks it's in. Because again, otherwise I can't really show you because I'd have to change scenes on OBS. But basically that means that I did make this actually operate as a layout object. So actually, if I do go ahead... Now, granted, I have set it up such that the moment the application starts up, it does actually hide the interface now. And as long as it's in a certain operating mode, it will actually always hide itself. But I probably shouldn't have hit new stream. I should have let it stay unconnected, but oh well. I'll go ahead and put this into BGM underscore. I'm going to see more keys every time I press M. We'll go with mode 1, actually. So mode 2 is going to be a pseudo default. It's actually an enum. I'll actually show you guys the enum. So mode 0 is disabled. This is actually kind of also in and of itself operating like the isStop variable. Mode 1 is active. I should say it's like always active, technically speaking, where this will always be active on all scenes. Standby only is going to be the version that automatically plays only when I'm on the standby scene, or the Be Right Back screen whenever I get that set up. Excuse me. Which I really do need to get around to that, honestly. So the BGM mode 1 should actually very quickly, and I'm going to go ahead and turn off VLC for a second so we can see this operating. There we go. A little confused for a second, right? Weirdly enough, why is it showing up? Oh, no, that is actually the right position now I think about it. You'll notice it is now in this area, slightly off center, because it's going to be down here when I actually set this up into OBS properly, when I actually fully update the binary. As I've demonstrated before, the actual space that KT-overlay takes up is actually this window space here, on specifically this, on the gameplay scene. It takes up the display 1 window area here on my OBS overlay. When I go onto chatting scene, it takes up a specific like portion of the screen there as well, etc., etc. However, with this update, where it now responds to what scene I'm in on OBS, it's now going to move everything around dynamically on its own, and therefore it's actually going to be taking up the entire screen space from then on. I'm very excited for that functioning. And so this has been automatically kind of sized to fit in the space where the current song from DLC used to be. And yeah, it is working very well. You can see that the you know, the progress bar, what would that be called? I guess progress bar is the right phrase for it. I feel like it's a different phrase if it's a, you know, a playhead type thing. But yeah, it's operating. And everything to do with the crossfading and ducking works properly. I can actually go ahead and press P, which will pause it. And then I can resume, and it operates correctly. You see the disc is spinning here. It looks nice. We've got the marquees going whenever the titles are too long for each of the fields. I did move the logo a little bit. The KT1632 jukebox logo has been moved slightly. I might change the transparency on it a bit, so that it's a little bit clearer what it's saying. Jukebot is what it is. KT1632 Jukebot, which is a reference to the Jukebot from Oxygen Not Included. Yeah, it's working decently well so far. Again, the crossfading has worked just fine enough so far. Does need some tweaking in a few areas, but generally speaking, it's been very functional. As it stands, so some songs, it does not end quick enough. You'll notice we're down to, like, you know, where this song is like almost not hearable, and it doesn't actually start the crossfade for a while. But that's exactly what I set up the crossfade offset system for. That's exactly what I set that up for, and it works. I have tried it on, and we do also finally have it saving length values to BGM library. Resistance, the Resistance song right now has the crossfade offset and works very well. So let's go see if we can find that. So I'm going to use the skip button. Here we go. Realizing I was hitting the skip button pretty quickly there, and it was handling that fine. I'm supposed to be waiting 3 seconds in between each skip. I hope that hasn't bugged anything out. I am curious, actually. If I go ahead and open the console, looks like it handled it fine. But I feel like that might also cause a memory leak if I do that, because it might not be it might not be deloading the audio clips properly. It might not be deloading the music properly, so I might need to check in with that to make sure it isn't doing that. I might give it, like, its own secondary, whatchamacallit, secondary garbage collector that's gonna check, like, you know, all the songs that's currently loaded, and then it'll look at the 2 audio sources and ask the 2 audio sources if they currently have that clip assigned to them, And if they don't, then it'll deload it. If it currently has this clip assigned to it, but it's not playing and it is stopped, i.e. it's the inactive audio source because it's crossfaded out, it'll also get rid of it. That's at least the theory for now. And so we're coming up on to the end of this song. There's this whole little outro, and there's a little bit of dead air, about like 5 seconds of dead air at the end of this song. And so that's why I put a -4 crossfade offset on this. So basically, we're going to get, and the crossfade duration is also 3 seconds. So we take 3 seconds, we add 4 to that becomes 7. So this will start crossfading at 161 if this function works, which it does. It's still a little off. It could use another like second on there, but it's working. Also, I'm hearing the sound effect twice now. Cannot join today because head weird. But 1 to swing by. Meow meow. Understandable. I'm gonna smooch your head anyways. Mwah. I hope you feel better. Yeah, overall, working pretty good now. Yeah, and I really do like how the visualizers turned out. You will notice the disc stopped spinning. That's because there's 2 discs. What's actually going on here is that if I go into here, let's see, this disc you'll notice is spinning, but it's not showing because what's supposed to happen is that this gets hidden and then this shows itself, and that's supposed to be part of an animation, and I just haven't done that animation yet because, you know, I was kind of getting everything else working, so I still need to get that done. But once I do, it'll be that is like the next thing that I need to do. And I have a couple other things too, but generally speaking, that's those functionalities working. I do still need to get a console command to manually change what scene we think we're on. So I think the main way in which we want to do that is the scene layout manager. So we have the event handler on layout changed event. And I believe this is what gets called by things like the layouts. I have OBS scene layout manager. I do also want to see where we change our layouts. So you have on layout changed here. Which is interesting. Oh yeah, I know why it's set up like that. In that case, what we're gonna do is we set currently known scene and then run on layout change. That's gonna be how we do it. But we don't have a public accessor for it, so I'll probably just make a method for it. That's gonna be the most functional idea for this. So I'm gonna create a private void force change scene. Let me also do this. There we go. Having no board in the bottom left corner showing me the buttons I was pushing was definitely very distracting to me. Go ahead and go with new scene. Actually, this shouldn't be a private, this should be a public. And I do currently known scene equals new scene. And it is on layout changed. Which I believe on layout changed should also invoke the event. Yes, it does. Perfect. That's what I wanted to see. So now I'm going to create a console command that will trigger that. The main question is how we're going to get a reference to the scene layout manager from console commands. Which I don't think we have a static instance here. Let's see if there's... WebSocket handler references it privately. In that case, I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to make it a reference in console commands, similar to some of the other things here. So it'll be... OBS scene layouts. That's how we have to do it. Or wait, layout manager? Oh, wait, this is the namespace. Hang on, I'm just gonna do this. And then Alt-Enter, it should give you the option to set the using up there. Call it Layout Manager. So we'll capitalize these as well. That's fine. Okay, so now I'm going to create a console command for that. For that, I'm going to go copy the KT say command, because I know that that's going to have the general syntax for what I want. Put it down here. I'm going to call it this change layout. We'll call the command layout. So you do the command text.substring command name.length +1. Something I kind of want to do is... How do we error check that? How do we error check whether or not the scene we chose exists? We have the layout dictionary. Is this public? It is. It's a public get private set. Okay. We'll do that then. We'll use that to error check it. Oops. Keep that. What we actually want to do is we do want to make sure that if command parts.length is less than 2, have it be a log error. Invalid. Actually, want this to be an interpolated string. Invalid scene name. Actually, not invalid scene name. No, hang on. Actually, you know what? If it's if there isn't command parts, you know what we should do? Just pull what the current scene is. Just gonna be from OBS Scene Layout Manager. There's, you know, this is kind of a what's the word I'm looking for? Not policy, but like a style guide. When I'm writing console messages, I try and put like in parentheses the object that's like responsible for this. Here we do still wrap it in quotation marks. I'm actually going to want to put this here, because I want to cache. Layout manager equals... Where is that at again? Manager. Layout manager. There we go. So you layout manager dot displayed scene. Then we can actually just have this be the substring because I don't have to worry about whether or not it's not there. Then we can check if layout manager, layout dictionary, try get value. If this is false, scene name out. We're actually going to discard. We don't care. Actually, can I just do that? Aha, I can't do that. Yeah, we're discarding the, Actually, it is just a dictionary. You know what it can do? Is just has... Contains key. Scene name. Oh, this shouldn't be a log error. This should be a console manager.log. This is going to be a log error, though. No layout definition for scene name. Otherwise, we go layout manager, force change scene to new scene. Boom. That should be it. we do need to make sure that we register this console command. Change layout. Now I should be able to do that. Okay. So sinuses. Ugh. I really need to refill my water, actually. Oh, well. Do that in a bit. Alright. So now I should be able to launch into this. Or wait to connect to OBS. Then, I'll go ahead and turn off my VLC radio for a bit. Because if I remember right, I did also bind it such that if I press P and it's currently in the stopped mode, but I should probably put the status in here, the enum in here, but oh well. But if I press P, it should also load it into mode 1. So now, I believe we can do, for example, layout. Now I can just type in layout. I forgot to set the reference. Whoops. Let me get that set.
Alert, dairy projectile incoming.
Hang on. Terrible fucking timing. Give me a sec. I'm trying to find... It doesn't even have a reference to that. That's interesting. Does that not get used then? Wait. This is manager. No, this is console commands. That's what that is. Interesting. Okay. Fine, we'll do cheese. Okay. Okay, that should work now, hopefully. Alright, now if I... let me make sure, actually, I go ahead and press P. I do actually need to make sure that that isn't captured by me being in the thing here, actually. Because, like, I can press M in here, and it'll cause the little debug Morgy to show up, which it should not. I gotta figure out how to make that set up such that it doesn't respond if I'm in a input field. Because as it stands, I'm gonna also have another input field for the tag entry for the song importer. If I go ahead and hit layout here, it'll tell me that I'm on the scene display with overlay. But if I go ahead and type in layout, and let's say I want to go to chatting overlay, right? Is that spelled? it now moves it to where it's going to be in the chatting overlay. Now, BGM mode 2. We're going to change this to mode 2. This makes it so that when we're not on standby screen, it will automatically pause itself. So it is now in mode 2. We're currently still on the chatting scene. If we go layout, back to display Y. Remember when I said that okay, so that's multiple things I need to fix then. Funnily enough, if it's okay. So apparently when it's in that mode and I press the input play pause, it does not show it. Also, I really need those commands to recognize when I'm in the input field. So those are two things I need to fix right now. But yeah, steering group particle phantom. Sorry, I was kind of in the middle of explaining something, and I really don't like being annoyed like that when I'm in the middle of explaining. You do have display.set song display. Let's make sure. Display. Set visible. True. When we use our input play pause. Alright. Is there like a Unity global for whether or not I am currently focused in a text field? Let's find out. Let me pick something over here. Where's the UnityEngine.ui namespace? Or wait, I think it's because in 2022 they get rid of it? No? Why, where is... Where's this namespace? UnityEngine.ui. Oh wait, that's right. It's in its own thing. It's fuck, I know where it is. It's in a package. Or is it? Where is it? Core packages? Unity UI, here it is. This is what I wanted to pull open. Scripting API. I don't want Unity Editor UI, I want UnityEngine.ui. Is there, like, a static method somewhere? Find out... there is a thing being targeted. I wonder. These are all enums, I'm assuming. Or events. I don't want these. I want... There's gotta be a static for it somewhere. What's input field tests? Might even be in Unity Engine event systems. Potentially. Maybe not. Might even be, let's check an event system. I think this is something that has it. System. I know there's gotta be a way to handle that. Unity check if typing in input field. Input field dot is focused. Hang on. I get the feeling no, this requires an input field. There's gotta be a way to be like, you know, instead of having to check every single fucking input field that exists in the entire fucking engine, there's gotta be a way to just be like, is there any input field focus right now? Instead of fucking this bullshit. Come on. There's gotta be a static method for that.
Headpats incoming.
Oh, who's... Oh, Olive's back. Yeah. We've had pets. You're overestimating me. But there's no fucking way. Wait, hang on. Yeah, I guess the only thing I can really do is checking if the console keyboards can hold up. I don't know if there's... Yeah, no. So the only thing is that there is an is-focus method, and this was what was recommended to me by one of the Unity answers, Unity discussions threads. But it's like, you would think that there's a way to find out if any input field has been selected, because, you know, otherwise you have to check, you know, potentially thousands of input fields. Now, I think what might end up having to be done is getting the current selected game object from event system, and then doing an object.getComponent, which is... Yeah, current focus game object. That's exactly what I was thinking. And then getting component input field, and then checking the input field if it is focused. So I'm seeing here, it says, you know, oh, this method isn't perfect, so thus the events will still consider the input field to be selected even after hitting enter or submitting it. But that can be solved by just checking is focused. But still, that's slow, because that involves using get component, which, granted, there is really only 4 components on that. Try get component, which is faster, plus it's not a huge deal. Yeah. Slightly faster, at least. If the problem is that if it's selecting something that has a lot of components on it, that's potentially... But, There should really be a static for whether or not an input field is being focused. Honestly, no fucking excuse. So I could potentially be selecting a UI component that has a UI object that has a lot of components on it. Just by, like, clicking on it, even if it's not actually interactable, the event system can still consider it to be an active game object, and it will search through, like, 10 objects. If it's, especially if I accidentally click on, like, a Titan Blades thing, because those have a lot of objects on them. Or a lot of components on them. But I guess... I'm gonna create a public message for this real quick. Have it be right underneath update here. I do public pool check. I guess I can leave it public. I'm gonna make it static, actually. Check if using input field. Granted, I think this could probably also be put into some other class, potentially. Because I think there is actually several things that could potentially use this method. So for this, the first thing we're gonna need is game object selected object equals event system, which requires using engine.event systems current selected game object. I guess I can actually launch straight into a return check. And again, Unity objects have a inherent null check, or a inherent null check as its Boolean implicit. So we'll do if selected object is real, and selected object try get component out input field but what I guess I need using Unity Engine.ui. And input field is focused. Which is just stupid, and I feel like there should really be a thing for that, but oh well. So we'll do an and. This is a logical and, which means that this will not try and validate unless this is true. That's important for us because, again, that's a slow fucking process if it's selecting something with a lot of components. So if check if using input field is false, and we have the key code thing, same thing here. So hopefully that should make it so that when we're typing in the thing, it's not gonna let us use those keybinds. I'll leave it on Morgy just because it's funny when it's Morgy, but for other things, I will not. To OBS. P. There we go. So that works now. I am still leaving Morty on though, because that's funny. But now we should make it so that BGM mode 2. I need to make sure I'm using the right enter key. Technically speaking, I should actually just be using the is it on value changed on end edit? Is there not like a submit handler? I thought I saw a submit handler when I was looking at the reference. The Unity event to call when editing is ended. But I guess it doesn't. Oh well. We have one value changed, which is here. On end edit. When editing has ended. And there's very clearly a submit event with the same get set public, but it doesn't show up in the inspector, which is weird. You would think it would. I don't know why it's missing there. But, oh well. Anyways, so now what I can do... Granted, it didn't actually hide it when it changed to BGM mode. But I think if I go ahead and hit play, and then I pause it again, now it goes away. Cool. So now, if I go layout... actually, what layout am I currently on? Display with overlay. Yeah, so let's change to chat. We also F3 over to you. Overlay. So now changed our layout. So now we'll also see it changes its position over to here. Cool, awesome. Now if we go layout, standby screen, it now automatically plays because we switched the standby screen. I can also go ahead and flip it. If I do hit the button early, interesting. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna turn my radio off for a bit. But if I go back to display W overlay, right? Yeah. It will move it, and then eventually it'll go away because we are now no longer on the thing. Very cool. So that behaves that way. It is working very fucking well now. Alright, I can turn my VLC radio back on. There's been lots of bug fixing and testing and fixing and testing that I've had to do yesterday. And thankfully, I got all of that done yesterday. Because troubleshooting it otherwise would have been a nightmare. But also, having this console command that I just implemented would have been nice for that as well. Anyways, it is now time for us to get the rest of the things done. Things that are left to do with the integrated playlist. I need to fix the animation for discs changing. I need... volume controls. I need the little pop-out drawer with the sliders on it, basically. Both a slider for the main radio volume, as well as a slider for the individual song volume. Needs to go away when it's not being interacted with. I might leave Titan Blades the way it is for now, and just have it, again, just like duck the thing automatically. Music file management UI needs to be done. And it's going to have all of those features to it. So, in summary, animate the discs changing, create the UI for the volume controls, create the UI for the file manager, and then fix Titan Blades. I have also moved. This was a tag, or sorry, a card on Trello before. I've now moved it up to the top of the to-do list and added the critical tag, so that I know that this is like the next thing I need to do. It's become critical because of the fact that Titan Blade, because of the fact that KT Dash is being made to be the full stream, and Titan Blades naturally takes up the full space of KT Dash, which would make it take up the full screen of OBS, which is not great. Part of what I'd like to do in order to fix that is is my camera not low enough? Let's adjust that. Hopefully that'll make that a little bit better. Yes, I think the next thing I want to do is fix the discs. But I am still, like, I'm waffling on whether or not the disc is going to be... There's, like, some layer clipping stuff going on here, I'm noticing. Yeah, so some of this is from Titan Blades canvas. It handles the canvas here very fucking weirdly, I'd say. I have a general idea of how I'm gonna end up doing the Titan Blades layout system, but for now, we're gonna set this up. So, here's the plan. I'm going to add probably to the BGM music display. I think I need to add an I think this needs to be engine event systems. I pointer enter handler and I pointer exit handler. I believe those should be the two things I'm going to need for this. In theory, those should handle off of the background image that it has. So implement interface and implement interface. So I'll add two methods down here. For now, I'm going to have it do debug.log enter debug.log exit. I'm curious as to whether or not it will work if I am alt-tabbed away from the application. So let's do this. I am actually noticing I did just remember, like, oh right, it's not visible right now. But if I go ahead and hit this, and I'm gonna pause it again. So there we go. So you have the messages. If I'm selected onto something else, it does not, in fact, do anything if I am alt-tabbed out. So that is good to know. That's convenient. So now I have that method. I'm going to be using that in order to...
Headpats incoming.
Head pat. Yeah. For headpats from... Oh, Hamna. Hello, Ham. fuck was that? Why are you broken? What's happened to KT Dash? My stream is fine. Although there is a lot of ping jitter. What the fuck is going on there? That's annoying. This never works, but we'll try it. KT reconnect. Nope, that never fucking works. I guess I have to restart KT Dash. Gotta restart that. Fuck. Alright. I really do need to rewrite the IRC connector so that it's not dependent on TwitchLib, because there's probably all sorts of problems with this version of TwitchLib in regards to how Twitch API handles in 2024, and this being a 2021 installation, basically. Okay, but, hopefully that's not causing any other bugs with this. Hopefully. I might get up in a second to go refill my water. I'm also realizing that if I have... So the idea is going to be that it pops out as a drawer here. If I have me, like, mouse out of this box, it's going to mouse out into the drawer up here. Unless I just have the sliders be down here, honestly. Then again, I could also do something else. The idea is going to be that it's supposed to time out anyways, but... so I'd rather have it be a secondary thing. I think that what we're going to end up doing is basically I'm going to have a private float last interacted time. It's -1. And I'll actually go ahead and just have a public method. Public void interact with, which is just going to, welcome back, Phantom. I'm parrying your cheese. Cheese.
Alert. Dairy projectile.
I warned you. Actually, you probably didn't hear me by the time I warned you, so. And I'll let it hang. I'll let it go through. It's your third or second. What we're gonna do is last interactive time, time.real time. actually do get audio source. No, that's gotten there. I want to break this update method into some methods real quick. It'll just be just this for update progress bar. I guess I'll pull in playing value then. That compresses that value. Let's do one for update disk spin. Probably need some things for that, but I'll get that in a sec. Probably actually will just do this. Probably actually use active index as a parameter instead. And spool playing, spool crossfading. Here, I'm actually just gonna do time.delta time. This probably is actually the only time in which this update function is ever going to touch delta time. Therefore, yeah. Alright, and I do that here. Update disk spin, active index, playing, cross-fading. Then I think I'm gonna have a method. I have to sneeze. It's coming. My sinuses have also been really annoying lately. So, yep, I'm gonna need to refill my water. I am going to BRB. I might as well take a bathroom break whilst I'm up, I guess. Everybody take a stretchy break and all of that. Stand by. Okay, I return. Alright, I have to set up... I'm gonna firstly set up how this thing is going to work. It's going to actually be a separate object outside of BGM display object because I wanted to show up kind of underneath it, sort of. Granted, I did set the layout object on this route, but I guess I could also have it. I kind of want it to actually be along the side. Actually, I can't put it along the side because it could potentially be off screen. So for example, I believe on the chatting screen, it ends up over here. So I think usually the safest option is actually going to be above it. I think generally speaking, I'm going to need undo UI panel, and I might as well just put it above everything, honestly. We're going to call this sliders panel. I'm going to change the settings of this. We want it to be anchored like that, with the pivot at the bottom. And then we'll pad it from each side by about 16. Maybe a little bit more than that, honestly. 4. That'll probably be good. Height 100 is probably actually fine. And I'm actually going to put it at position Y0. I might leave it like this. Might give it its own handler that will also, like, if moused over, will tell it last interacted with type deal. But maybe not. It is going to end up showing up underneath the console, annoyingly, but it'll be fine. Might want to increase the transparency so we can see that a little bit better. I'm gonna go with black, actually. And this is actually going to get its own root object now that I think about it, because there's a little feature that I want this to have. So I'm going to call this BGM sliders panel. So let's say I open up the volume thing whilst the And I'm just like, I'm getting to the end of the song, but I've just been like busy or whatever, and I'm just like, wow, this song is a little like on the loud side, or maybe it's a little on the quiet side, and I go pull it open, and then try to adjust the local volume for that song, and then the song changes in the middle of me doing that. That could lead to something kind of bad. So what I'll do instead is BGM sliders panel is going to actually remember what song it opened itself up to during, and then so I might actually turn the camera slightly more up. There we go. It'll remember what song it opened the panel for and keep that song in mind when making changes. So I'll actually do private. This does need to be in the namespace. Move to namespace. There's a stream BGM library. That way we can access library data song. Current song. It should just be lowercase c current song. So do like public void open panel. So when we do that, we do current song equals song. I am also going to need to make sure this has the UI namespace. It'll actually just have it disable and enable the game object whenever we do this. In fact, actually, you know what I'm going to end up doing? Last interactive time is actually going to be a function of BGM sliders panel. And this interact with method is also going to be part of BGM sliders panel instead. This is going to need its own private update. Let's go ahead and do private bool is open. Is false. As such, on start, I'm going to close that, do all the closing things. Set it to true here. Make sure we set active first. Close panel on start. Let's do a serialized private float field, which will be panel timeout. Go with 10 seconds. In update, if is open. Granted, when we're closed, it's gonna be inactive anyway, so update won't run. But we'll still do it like this. If is open. I might as well do this. And then go. In fact, something I'm also going to do is this open panel method will not run if we're already open. That way, the song doesn't get overridden. If is open. Time.realtime since startup minus last interacted time. It's greater than panel timeout. Close panel. Simple as that. I am also going to make sure that interact with gets set here. I do also want this to have Unity Engine .event systems. To iPointer enter handler. Implement interface. You'll have that simply call interact with. We can also call this from Unity as well as a event handler. So we'll need to make sure we do that whenever we're doing, like, you know, the value changed things for these sliders. We'll want to make sure we do that. Speaking of which, I did set this to be, it's not interactable, good. Generally speaking, everything for that should be good. Alright, so now what I want to do is add some serialized fields for objects. We have a private slider, main volume slider. Probably want a label, but I actually kind of want to design how this is going to look real quick. So obviously I want a slider here. Let me hide some of this other stuff. Let me hide console panel. I think that's the main thing I wanted to hide. Call this main volume slider. I'm going to change this, at least temporarily, to this sort of anchoring. Left 10, right 100. Set our pivot to the top left. So place it here. I have a label here. the thing. Well, it doesn't need to be that big, I guess. In general, this slider is going to be weird, actually. So we're going to have a 0 to 1 slider here. However, comma. I will change this slightly. Oh, I see. Let's do this one. Set like this. 0, 0. Make it slightly bigger. As it stands, it still kind of looks a little gross, but oh well. See if that works the way I want it to. Sure does. Alright. Slightly thicker slider there. I guess you can actually just have the label be part of the slider too. Yeah, I think I know how this is gonna end up looking. I think I know. In fact, I am gonna make this kind of thick. And I'm probably gonna change how the handle looks. I don't know what to use for it, though. I actually just use, like, the default UI sprite. Yeah, that's gonna work better. Make it slightly smaller. Actually, I guess I can't because the field itself is kind of large. I guess it actually kind of works there. And then we send you over. Huh. Hold on, that fill area should be... a little further along, I think. If I, like, hide this, and slide this slider... Yeah, so we want to go all the way there. So why is the handle area, slide area? That should work, right? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So now we actually make that take up the entire space here. that. Then I'm going to duplicate it for the local song volume. This one we're going to anchor it to the bottom. Change pivot to the bottom. Place it there instead. Yeah, just like that. Although I might make it slightly smaller to indicate this is for the, you know, alternate set. We're actually going to make this to kind of reflect how it's supposed to work, where it defaults to 1 and then goes to 0 and to 2. But what we're then going to do is I'm going to add a text label to both of these. This one is going to be main volume label. Call this main volume. 100%. Actually, write it as 50%, but then we're going to have in parentheses the real value. I'm going to end up doing probably an exponential on this one. So the actual slider value is not going to map to the real volume, because I've noticed that volumes in Unity are fucking weird. Because of course they are. We will center align this. Fully center align it, actually. I want this to take up the entire space of it. I'm going to make it bold, and I'm going to make it slightly bigger. That should be enough. Next thing I'm actually going to do, so I'm going to duplicate this label, place it into U. Once again, make sure you're centered in there. Make it slightly smaller. That looks good. Now what I'm actually going to do is in Sliders panel, I'm actually going to add a UI text. Call this one song file name text. This one, I want the color to be white. Which, by the way, I actually want both of these labels to be black as well, instead of the default gray UI color. I should make this right aligned, and then I want horizontal overflow. Although, I actually want this to be masked. Which might require me to put this into something, but oh well. Let me actually anchor this to the bottom. As such, also anchor you like that. This is going to be the file name of the song that's currently being modified in this thing. As such, 20 from either side actually is going to be how we set this up. Out of curiosity, actually, so if we do normal wrap, but then I do second line, it looks like it does end up truncating at the first. But I could also do overflow and then have it mask here, potentially. So here's what we do. Real quick, I'm going to copy the details of this rect transform. And I'm going to create empty, call this song file name container. Paste component values. And then image. Mask. Don't show mask graphic. Slide you into there. So now it's hiding that first line. And that's going to be how that works. As such, make this actually take up the entire space. So even though we have vertical fit overflow, or vertical overflow, it will keep itself at that part. But also, since I'm now setting up like that, I can't actually have this centered. So for example, if I go ahead and pull in a one of these things, if I go ahead and just pull in the entire line here, it'll bring us down to, we actually just see the file name right there. Boom. I should get rid of these slashes. I can also make it smaller. So I kind of want it to... I do kind of actually want it to overflow. I want it to be like this. There we go. I think that's actually preferable. As it stands, I think everything is going to be under the Dropbox Live's music folder. So, everything is going to overflow off of the side of this, I think. So I think no matter what, it's going to look centered, even though it's actually right aligned. That's going to be how that works. So it'll look like that. Make it slightly bigger. Yeah. Cool. I'll just write it like that for now. Okay, so that'll be how that's set up. Now I know how that's going to look, so I'm going to go in here and set all of those up. So you have a main volume slider, we then have a song volume slider, let's call it. Then we'll have a text main volume label, and then a song volume label, and then a text song file name label. And that should be it. I'm also going to want some text templates. So I'm going to do private string, which I'm actually going to put this up at the top in a sec, but for now I'm going to write main volume label text. That'll be written as main volume 0%. And then a 1 in parentheses. This will be formatted using string.format. Similarly, this is also going to do that. I believe it said song multiplier? Yeah. This should be song multiplier x 0. Like that. Cool. Can I put in a format specifier in a format template? Let me find out. Usually I'm just using the other setup for this. Composite format string. Oh yeah, I can. I absolutely can. Perfect. So that way I can actually make this, I'll write this in a special way there. This one is going to be, F2. Actually, I should probably write F3, actually. And then this is going to be F2. This can be F0. Which actually, I think there is a format specifier for percent. Potentially. Ah, %P. Yeah, okay. So we can do P0 then. So it'll be P0. Okay, so I'm then gonna set up some stuff here. Set this up here for now. I call this private float. Volume max. Actually, you're gonna call this volume unity max, which will start with 0.3f actually, and then union is obviously gonna be 0. However, to get there, what we're gonna do is again we're gonna have an exponential thing. For now, I'm actually gonna do volume conversion exponent. which I'm gonna go with 2.5F for now. That'll be how that's set up. So real quick, I'm gonna do some methods. Public float from Unity volume source volume actually I'm also going to do a to Unity volume float slider value. So by the way, do I have that as a value in there? I do. Okay. So the way that we're going to do this, so slider value is going to be a value from 0 to 1. Let me grab. Oh, Slaughter Neko, Singer Protocol. Thank you very much for the raid. I do not recognize this person though. Let me get a shout out for you. I do not recognize you, unfortunately. Lastly, operating category makers and crafting. What were you making and crafting? Is the question. Oh, that's not what I wanted. First time chat from Raider though. Following since last year. Okay. This is your first message, though. Little wooden houses. I see. Interesting. This might not be super interesting to everybody here, because Statement Protocol, I am Keitan. I'm a hottest game developer / VTuber. So we're working on game dev stuff today. Specifically, I am working on my stream overlay program, which is the KT Dash thing. I have all sorts of cool things that I've done for this system. Right now, I am working on a new media player to replace my usual playlist that I'm usually using for my streams, which is just handled through fucking VLC here. And it's credited on stream using Streamling, this overlay app, which just creates like a local browser source file thing to show the artist and whatnot. There's just a few problems with this though. Number one problem that is always going to be kind of annoying. Boom, it's crashed. You know why it crashed? I right-clicked the fucking volume icon down here in Windows. It crashes at the drop of a hat, especially if I'm doing anything with audio design, with sound engineering, which is kind of fucking annoying. So, that's kind of one of the main reasons in which I am having to create a new system for this. So, yeah. Nice ones. Works. Where is... refresh. There we go. Especially if it's crashed. It never fucking works, but yeah. So, that's one of the main reasons which I'm setting up a custom media player in the, excuse me, within the overlay program. It's also going to help because it's got all sorts of other features. It can automatically play pause if I'm like doing a gaming stream. It will automatically play. Also, something I should, now that I remember it, I need to make sure that these are not raycast targets, so that these don't get in the way of me using these sliders. There we go. I need to make sure that was set up. that being said. Yeah, so I'm setting up that. It's going to have all sorts of other features. It crossfades properly because I can't get DLC to crossfade. And the idea is going to be that it also will automatically pause itself whenever certain things are happening, such as the Titan Blades thing. It's going to automatically pause and resume whenever I go on the Be Right Back screen, etc., etc. So, yeah. So that's what we're working on today. And currently I'm working on the volume sliders because, and it's gonna need some weird conversion because Unity volumes are weird. Yeah, so if you have any sort of interest in game dev stuff, definitely stick around. This obviously isn't the only project here. There's also the Titanfall-inspired first-person shooter that I'm working on, and also potentially in the near future is the I have to sneeze, but it's not coming out. Bleh. This sucks. There's a roguelike top-down shooter I kind of want to work on in the near future. Since I've been burnt out on game dev, and I'm slowly getting myself back into it. So that's kind of part of the thing. But other than that, there is also, if you have interest in games like Oxygen Not Included, I'm going to be playing that this week, as well as Deep Rock Galactic. I play basically every week. As it stands, I'm definitely going to have to play that next week because we have the Halloween event starting. Halloween event's starting tomorrow, which means it's gonna be Monday that I get to it, unfortunately, but it'll be that. Or if you have interest in modded Minecraft, we do modded Minecraft on Saturday. That's the current setup. Back to working on this thing and suffering through Unity crap. So I wanted to make sure I set up to Unity volume first because I want to do the inverse of that in order to get the from Unity volume. So in order to get this done, actually what I might end up doing is instead of using these serialized fields, I might actually make it static methods. Or not static methods, static values, or consts, I should say. As long as they're defined somewhere and not a magic number. But, because I'd rather have these be methods that BGM Music Display can access. Actually, it's going to be BGM Sliders panel that accesses it. The idea is going to be, the slider value is going to be from 0 to 1, and the end value is going to be from 0 to 0.3, depending on the value I have in the max thing. I need Desmus is what I need. I need pull up Desmus so that I can get this graphed out. Also, I don't have that there. Okay. And Desmus, it might flashbang me. It flashbang me. Oh well. There we go. So I generally wanted it to be an exponential. I think logarithmic would probably also be proper, or doing something with logarithmic might make more sense because it is an audio thing, but the easier way is just to do exponent. So basically the idea is going to be y equals x to the power of 2.5 is what I was currently setting it at. Now if we zoom in here, so it has this sort of curve. But we need y to actually be between 0 and 0.3, which means that this... But actually, I could probably do down here. Actually, I think what we do is we multiply it by 3/10, which actually means it's going to be like 3x divided by 10. So that way, when we input 1, it'll output 0.3. But when we input 0.5, it's actually going to input 0.05, which is consistent with the fact that right now the value that's been working so far for volume for this thing has been 0.05. And then that way it kind of scales down in this way. You know, if we're down to 25%, it will instead be, you know, less than 0.01. And yeah, actually be like at 10%, it starts going to values that probably will not show up on the label because the label does have a limit of 3 digits at the moment. That's fine. So that's going to be how we do that then. So the first thing we do is we take the slider value. Let's make sure the slider value is clamped too. Slider value equals mathf clamp 0, 1 slider value. Because obviously you'll notice in the graph there is nothing back here because doing a exponent on a non-integral value is wonky. So then it'll be... I believe we actually just do return. Mathf dot should be pow, right? Yeah, returns f raised to power p. So we take slider value, raise it to the power of oh no, it was there. Volume conversion exponent. And then multiply it by volume unity max. Then we need to figure out how to invert that. In order to do that, first we have to divide y by the thing. So what we do is audio source volume, you divide it by volume unity max. We then need to do inverse exponent, which I don't know how to actually do that. There's probably a method for it. Erase specific power? Nah. What? Inverse of that. It's not going to be square root. Well, what would be like doing square root, but with a arbitrary power is the question. Not actually sure. Would it be like a log? Let me pull open my calculator, see if I can figure this out. So, for example, we have 0.5, and then we raise that to 2.5. And get 0.1. Hang on. That didn't track for. Oh, right, because we have a multiplication in between there. That's why. Okay, so then how to reverse that? I think log does it, but I don't remember how the fuck log works. I think if we type in 0.176 and I do this, log base 2.5, that is absolutely not what I wanted. Hang on. Unity math inverse exponent. Shut the fuck up, overview. Oh, wait. Oh, do I just do... Hang on a second. 0.176. Do I just do that to... in parentheses, 1 divided by 2.5? Ah! Okay. It's... You do it like that. Okay. Now I remember how to do it. I remember math now. I remember math. Holy crap. It's inverting it through that. Okay, so then we take audio source volume and do 1 divided by volume conversion exponent. And that's what we return. Cool. That's how you inverse an exponent. Okay, cool. So that should work. Alright, so the first thing we want to do, when we open panel, I'm gonna need a reference to. I do want to move these up here. I want a reference to our BGM music display. Or actually, we need a reference to the library manager too. Library manager. We actually don't care about the music display, I think. Just gonna pull everything from there. Which I believe. So I want to pull. Should just use the scroll bar. I believe we use base BGM volume. Excuse me. Or is there another volume value? So I feel like I don't actually want to use. I don't want to modify the volume in library data. Oh yeah, public float based BGM volume. That's what we're using. I believe the way that we do this is when we load our library data, we set that the library data.default volume into base BGM volume, and then that's from there. We're good. Okay. So pull base BGM volume then. So I'm actually gonna do a couple of methods here. I'm gonna have a probably start this as private. I might need to make it public, but now private void update main volume slider. I'm actually also going to add in bool adjust slider. I should call this update main volume. The update slider part will be whether or not we change the slider. For example, so float, real volume equals library manager base BGM volume. Then we also have float fake volume, which this is going to be the percent value used on the slider. Where we do from Unity volume, real volume. I do if adjust slider. I take main volume slider, set value without notify. That's what I was looking for. Because otherwise, it's going to try and it's going to have a problem where it cycles between trying to set it to the fake volume, trying to set it to the closest real volume type deal. So I don't want it to do that. So we'll make it so that we only adjust slider if we need to. And then we do main volume label equal label dot text equals string dot format. Main volume label text. The first value is going to be the fake volume. The second value is going to be the real volume. And I already have the format specifiers in there. Good, good. That's that method. I'll then do private void update song volume. We'll adjust slider the same. This one only actually needs the single value. Which I'm actually going to use current song, because that's the way it should be set. Dot local volume. If it just slider, do song volume slider. Again, we don't really have to worry that much about it, because it is just going to show the real volume. It's just going to multiply it with it. String.format, song volume label text, and there should only be one value, which is going to be the volume. Cool. Alright. So now we do this. Public void adjust main volume float value. This is going to be the method that gets called from Unity when the slider is adjusted. As such, we want to go ahead and throw in interact with to update the timeout timer. And then we want to thing is that we don't have, I think it's private set for base speed. No, it's actually public set. Okay. It probably shouldn't be like that, but sure. I believe that should actually automatically update too, because it should be part of the update loop to change the volumes. We'll see, though. In theory, it should. Library Manager, base BGM volume. You'll set it to Library Manager from, actually, to Unity volume value. And then we do update song volume. Adjust slider false, because we're currently adjusting the slider. And there we go. Something I'll actually want to do is, let me check how the current song volume multiplier is used. I might need it to update that whenever we change that. Let me find our update method. So, yeah, we do use current song volume multiplier. I might want to update that. I could even continuously update that, honestly. I could also... I'm going to create a method for it, actually. Public void... Nah. I'll do it here. In fact, what I'm going to do is here where we have the check if it is cross-fading, I'm going to do an else real quick, where we update current song volume multiplier. Current song. Local volume. That way if it gets changed, we will know. And we limit it to when we're not cross-fading so that we're not having some sort of race condition issue when we're changing over which song is which. Alright. That'll be how we do that. And then we do a public void adjust song volume float value. We call interact with to keep us open. And this one's going to be just direct across. Current song, global volume equals value. I just realized it should be update main volume, not update song volume. Up there. This should be false. Cool. That should be it. Okay, so when we open panel, what we want to do is current song. We do update main volume true, and also update song volume true. So we will set the sliders when we open this panel, but we'll make sure that we're not setting it with the notify, because those would then call this, or these, I should say. And yeah. Oh, we do need to make sure we set that label. The song file name label. .text equals song file name. Done. Alright, let's set all of that up. Sliders panel. We add in the BGM sliders panel component. I set all of these up. Main volume slider, then local song volume slider, main volume label. What's that? Should probably rename this so that it still ends up reselecting it. Oh well. Song file name label is this. Select the only BGM library manager in the scene. And that. And then I will need BGM music display to reference this guy, because I need to pop it open when we enter the thing. We actually don't need the exit handler now that I think about it. BGM sliders panel. Sliders panel. Library manager current song. Cool. But critically, if we're already open, we'll ignore this call, which will not change your current song. And that should work perfectly. Keyword should. Okay. Here's where we find out whether or not it works. And I'm gonna go ahead and pause my actual VLC and play this. Oh boy, I'm skipping past that. Object reference not set to. It would help if I set that up. Whoopsie doopsie. There is one object of that. Cool. Save. Okay. Unexpected error while doing the thing. 500 internal server error. Huh. Wait, why did I get a null reference exception for this? Why did it open? Well, I'll fix that then. If current song is null, return just guard clause out if that's not a real thing. Same here. Also have a guard clause here. If we're already open or song is null, return. We don't actually want to open this up. Actually, I kind of do, because we do still want the main volume to work, I think. So what I'm going to do is, if song is null, then we'll keep whatever current song was previously in there. Excuse me. Add braces to that. There we go. Alright. My clauses are guarded. Let's try that again. Hopefully not get a 500 internal server error again. Welcome home, Aaron.
Headpats incoming.
I got headpats. Keep headpat. I probably should have made sure it finished connecting before I abruptly killed it earlier. That was probably part of the reason why I got an internal server error. Alright, so now I can hit play. And we mouse over it. And we open this up. I didn't realize that would append a percentage sign. I forgot to set those up, I just realized. Hang on. Let's fix that. Main volume slider. On value changed. I believe I need to put in sliders panel. BGM sliders panel. This is the main volume slider. Adjust main volume. Local song volume. Add U in. Sliders. I said sliders panel. Thank you. BGM sliders panel. Adjust song volume. There we go. So now it should be properly updated. to OBS, press play. And now, we now have it adjusting automatically. We can turn it up. Turn it up even more. Let's go. Now, we turn that down because it's actually very loud. Because it is a Mythos version. But that is automatically updating, which is good. I can turn volume down more. I can turn it back up. Very, very good. And then once I am done interacting with that, after 10 seconds, it will go away. So that is now functioning. Although I do also want it such that whenever I close the panel, I want it to validate, or not validate, but save data. Is that a public method I could access to tell it to save library data? Load library data is private. Save library data is private. I'll make it public. Fuck it. I will make it public. Sliders panel. When we close panel, I want it to save data. Save library data. Save our changes. It might not actually need to save changes, but do it anyways. Actually, you know what? If I want to, I can go ahead and have it dirty. Hang on. We're going to have it set dirty. Let's turn my playlist back on. So when we close panel, we're going to go ahead and set dirty false. Actually, we could do if dirty. Add braces, library manager, save library data, and then set dirty false. Then, whenever we do adjust main volume or adjust song volume, this is where we want to then do dirty equals true. Actually, don't do dirty equals true on adjust main volume. Only do it on adjust slider volume. Or song volume. The main volume, as I said before, the default volume will not be changed. It'll stay whatever I put it into the JSON. And we're only using this, we only need to actually save the library data if we change the song volume. Okay, that's going to be how that's set up. That should be good. Cool. So now I'll pause my playlist again. So now we will go and adjust a volume. Let the thing to time out. Which I probably actually want to put that at like 5 seconds now that I have it, you know, set up in a different way. I might even make it so that mousing over either of them will update. Actually, I think I did. Yeah, on pointer enter does interact with, so that doesn't need to be worried about. Go ahead and press play. Interesting that it showed up already. It should not have been there. But we open it and then make sure it's actually on the right thing. So, and you will also, so whilst we're in here, it's gonna be adjusting volume specifically for this other song. So we can turn this song up, right? And then I will let it time out, and it will adjust the volume for Cool Mind. It will not adjust the volume for Soul Can't Be Cut. So you go find Cool Mind, which is here. Local volume 1.15. Boom. That's what we're talking about. And it will only change it, even though we opened it here, again, for Soul Can't Be Cut, it will not actually change, or it won't try to save the playlist data, because we didn't actually change anything. We didn't mark it as dirty. Boom. Cool. Awesome. That's what we're talking about. Alright. Last but not least, I do want to change the panel time after 5. I can very easily, but I'll change it to 4, honestly. I can very easily keep it alive by just mousing over the window itself, because that has no restrictions on it. So that is basically that function done. We can actually go to our Trello and mark those off. So, volume controls, time active UI controls and applications not focused. There is also save library data when making modifications. That's was also done for previous things. Probably should have been left unchecked. Yeah, so I do want to try and get the disk switch information done. Let's try and get that set up. And I'm still waffling on whether it's going to be a Unity animator component or animator handler or animation controller. No, it's animator. It's literally just animator is the component. Oh, right, you know what else I need to do is fix this thing. Find this. Is it possible to get rid of this space? I don't actually want that space there. %P format specifier. That went nowhere. There is no P format string thing here. I don't think there's a way to get rid of the space. Why do they put a space there? Why do they put a space there across every single fucking yeah, fuck it. F0, and then I'm just gonna multiply it. Where is that at? Where is that at? Select this so I can see where it's referenced. Here it is. Times 100. Fuck that. Don't understand. why that's set up that way. Huh? What the fuck? What? Why is he like 4884? What? Times 100 should be F0, which means it should have 0 decimal places. Oh, wait, you know what? It's because it's not updated here. Because it's a property. Okay, that's why. I need to go change that. There we go. Much better. Alright, cool. Good. So I fixed that element of the thing. Let's get those fucking discs changed. I think I might actually update it programmatically, and the reason I want to do that is I actually want it to be based off of the crossfade. So what I need is I need to find out the start crossfade is accessible publicly. Crossfade duration is accessible publicly. Good. So then all I need to do is I'm going to create a new method for it similar to the update disk spins. Private void update disk crossfade. Should probably keep the int active index bool playing, bool crossfading. Probably actually doesn't need playing, probably just needs crossfading. Right. What I'm gonna need is I'm gonna need float disk crossfade distance. Where this is going to be how far it moves back as it's changing disks. So the idea is going to be, so let's get this out. It's going to kind of come off of here. So probably be a distance of like 48, it looks like. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make this a vector 2. Crossfade direction. is a new vector 2. I think the idea was negative, yeah, negative 48. Negative 48, 0. Okay. And obviously the it's going to go back to 0, 0 because we have them all centered on that point. Let's get that done. First of all, float crossfade alpha equals 0 by default. If crossfading, we're going to do stuff with crossfade alpha. But for now, it's not going to be that. I just noticed I butchered the spelling. That's fine. We'll fix that. Actually, we can set crossfade alpha real quick. It is going to be... I could actually compile that into one thing. That's fine. Actually get float time equals time dot... Really? Real time since startup. You go... Time minus library manager start crossfade, and then divided by library manager crossfade duration. We want to clamp this. Clamp 0, 1. Probably actually don't need to cache time, honestly. Okay. Now, something I was thinking of. I think the way that I'm I need a reference to their canvas groups, actually. So real quick, under disk spin handles, I'm going to do an array of canvas groups. Disk spin faders. I didn't have it referenced before because I thought I was going to do a animator controller, but I think it's better this way, honestly. Alright. Now I set this up like this. It's going to be... gonna do a for loop less than 2. Where I do... Actually gonna have bool active. Establish that there, because otherwise garbage collection doesn't like me. And then active will be set to I is equal to active index. We'll use that as a conditional for all of the stuff here. I'm also going to do float a, where a is going to be set to, it's going to ask if we're active. If we are active, we want this to be, actually, I'm going to make crossfade alpha default to 1. I'll crossfade to alpha defaults 1. Otherwise, G1 minus crossfade alpha. Okay. And then, first thing I want to do is canvas groups, disk spin faders, based on I, alpha equals A. Yeah. So it's going to be fully transparent. Or fully, visible? Whatever. We also want disk spin handles. I dot anchored position will be vector2 lerp. Lerp between dot crossfade direction and 0 vector2 dot 0, there we go, with the alpha being A. Cool. Easy. That should be it, actually. Active index, and crossfade. Cool. In that case, I actually don't even need that. Yeah. I don't even need to cache the active boolean. I just do that. That should now make that animation function. Let's make sure that those are set up, though, before I forget again. Disk 1 and disk 2. Alright, cool. Save. And let's go crossfade some tracks. So it will be a linear animation. It won't be nice and interpolated, but oh well. Alright, let's see. Moment of truth. I'm going to hit the skip track. Actually, I'm going to let this kind of kick through first. Interesting. Interesting. Crossfade is a lot slower than I thought it was. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give that exponent disk fade exponent. Let's go with 2 for now. And come back down here. Update the crossfade. The alpha will be that's not what I want at all. FF. POW. Raise A to the power of disc. Fade exponent. Save that. I'm also going to change the crossfade like distance to like -60, I think. It's also entirely possible I might end up adding a mask to it, depending. Let's see how that looks. And play. Let the song come through a little bit. Interesting. I may also want to change the order of the discs. Whenever we change songs, I might want to do that potentially. Also, oh, my there's a lock of hair. It's my hair clip. It wasn't a problem earlier, but that's also because I had just came out of the shower. Ah, there's my hair clip. I need to clip this now. I think the last piece of the puzzle that's going to make this look better is to probably add a mask to this. Don't show mask graphic. Save. And then we'll see how that looks. To make sure that it's not, you know, bugged out or whatever. Then we change music. Yeah, that looks a lot better. That looks a lot better that way. I do think that looks a hell of a lot better. I am not going to let that continue playing.
We're gonna mine some diamonds.
That's longer. I'm looking for a song that's shorter. So I can see it transition at the end of the song. I'm looking for a song that is shorter. Apparently this is shorter, but I feel like there's shorter in there, but oh well. We'll keep this on for now. Yeah, I'm happy with how this is coming out, for sure. I turned this up a bit. I need to turn it up a little bit more, I think. That will, of course, change things here. It's nice that that's setting up so far. The next things I'm actually going to need to set up is I don't want to have to use a console for controlling a lot of this, or setting playlists and whatnot. In fact, actually, something I am missing on the Trello is I need this to have the integrated. I need console command, not console commands. Twitch commands for everything. I need that set up. In fact, I could actually probably have that be all the way up here. Animation for discs changing is now done. I like how that came out. I do need Titan Blades to set up playing over top of that, or ducking it specifically. Out of curiosity, if this thing receives the on layout changed event, I'm wondering if I could like send it. Totally could, I think. Yeah. So my thoughts are I could also have Titan Blades itself check the status of VGM Library Manager. If it was playing before it started Titan Blades, I'll have Titan Blades kind of like when it starts, it's gonna check in. I forgot that I was supposed to be watching for this changing. Oh well. I think we're done with that now, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn the LC on. Good so far, though. Definitely coming out real nice. Okay. It's getting a little chilly in here. I'm gonna turn my AC down. I did turn it up earlier, so I should probably turn it down, especially because now I'm like hearing it kind of wobble around way more than it should. 1 second. Okay. So another thing I wanted to figure out, because I think I've been noticing that even when every single song has a valid length, so I believe everything now has a valid length. Awesome. I think it was still marking the playlist length as inaccurate. I think. I'm trying to remember how the fuck that's set up again. Check playlist length. This is a method. Let's actually check this. Maybe it has been working properly now and I just haven't noticed, but let's see. I didn't actually need to connect to OBS, but oh well. Current playlist relation 2095, so it doesn't say inaccurate here. Okay, cool. Awesome. So that's set up. Cool. So playlist length does work properly. Actually, real quick. I have this, specify this, so I'm gonna set this up such that, we have something for that. Although, actually, hang on. I might not. I might just keep this in mind. Because what I want to do is want to make it such that I can have a command where I can type like a Twitch command specifically, where KT- will tell me what a potential playlist length is going to be, and whether or not that playlist length is potentially accurate or not, depending on the duration of all the audio files. I can also, in fact, I'll probably want to make this part of the Trello card. I would like to have a console command to populate all song lengths. Auto-populate all song lengths. Okay. I can actually have this say hide checked items. Okay, cool. I am now finding out I can do that. But I am still going to kind of move them myself. Okay. I think next I do want to start working on the management UIs for this. So in order to get that stuff done... By the way, I should probably also make sure that BGM display is turned into a prefab. So that further changes to the Git are nicer. Rename Toast itself is a prefab. That's a prefab. These don't need to be prefabs. The XP animation probably needs to be a prefab. But I did also say that at some point this needs to be changed to the new XP animation. But, it's whatever. Okay. How am I going to set up the thing? Granted, I am at 3 hours. I've got some time. I may actually, because, like, I do still have the console command I can use to load songs, so I can use that kind of for the time being, and worry about doing the drag and drop system another time, maybe. That's potentially what I want to do. And the more important things would be doing the Twitch commands, I think. And also console command to auto-populate all song lengths. And also Titan Blades, fixing Titan Blades. So I have a couple of ideas of how this is going to end up working. So the thing is, so we have Titan Blades camera here. And the thing I need to figure out So multiple displays. Do I actually have the forward rendering on this? Or not the forward rendering, but the scriptable render pipeline on this is the question. I do not. The thing is, I don't know if I can do multiple cameras. I don't know if I can do multiple cameras in the built-in render pipeline off the top of my head. I don't know if I can do like a stack of cameras or not. That is the big question. Actually, wait, so there is a depth. Oh, hold on. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. Let me test something. So the thing is, I do need to figure something out. So if I have 0.5, 0.5, that does not actually move the UI, interestingly enough. Real quick, I'm going to add a camera. Default camera. So this is going to have a depth of 0, but I'm actually going to have it be a depth of -2. Yeah, that way Titan Blades renders on top. Culling mask, nothing. So this is actually going to draw nothing. So that way the background is handled there. In theory, that should actually work. And then what I'm going to do, so real quick, I'm going to go look at scripts. I don't think it's a UI object. I think it's actually in here. Or maybe it isn't. I guess it is actually in UI. Wait. Hold on. Oh. It's handled that way, huh? Okay. That's fine. I think what I'm gonna end up doing instead... I'm gonna do this a hacky way. Each of the layouts are just gonna have their own, rect for that. I'm just gonna handle it that way. Fuck it. Is a rect considered serializable is the question. I'm not sure. Or at least does it, like, you know, automatically map into a JSON is the question. So I feel like it might, but then again, I've also never seen a vector 2 work. Even though, like, a vector 2 at the end of the day is just an X value and a Y value. As far as I know. But I don't know a quick way off the top of my head to test that. Other than something very dumb, which is grab one of my debug objects. I think I have a debug object somewhere in here that I can use for this. I should just reuse this. This was the Mythos test. Come in here and do real quick. I'm gonna create a serializable. I guess I need system.serializable. Public struct JSON test thingy. I want this to do first of all public rect. This is a rect. Public vector 2. Or you know, vector 2. This is a vector 2. Real quick, public string dummy equals. Actually, I can't establish things here, so we'll just do that. And hope that works. So I do. What I want to do is debug.log. JSON utility to JSON new JSON test thingy. With the following values. Dummy equals bingus, the classic test value. This is a rect, will be a new rect. 0, 0, 640, 480. And this is a vector 2. New vector 2. It's 69, 420. I'm gonna throw that onto default camera here. Actually, instead, save. Let me go over to the test scene. I don't actually have that here. Remove component. Thought I had it here. Debug fix string encoding here. Save. Thanks for lurking at me. Play. Oh, interesting. So, okay, huh. They do work, funnily enough, but also the Rect has a serialized version on it for some reason, which is interesting. But it does have the XY width height, so that actually does work built in. Good to know. Good to know that works out of the box. That works out of the box, so we can do that. In which case, I'm gonna go back here. Public rect. Titan blades. Region. We'll go with. Although I will need serialized version there. But it's fine. I'm gonna copy that, actually. Copy you. Start putting that in here. Titan blades region. And then we're gonna see how we actually set this up. I do need to make sure that this concept actually works, though. So if I keep Titan blades here, keep the camera there, and the default camera does not see Titan blades. I probably will need to set up the Titan blades canvas. I'm gonna need to put all of this into its own little object, so that I can kind of modify where all of this is positioned. And make it kind of positioned in the same spot as that. In fact, these indicators are absolutely not going to be in the right position, because they're going to be according to full screen, whereas the camera is going to be in a different area. So I will need to make sure that all of that works properly. And that's going to be fun. Let's make sure this actually works the way we want it to. Because it could also just yell at us that there are 2 audio listeners in the scene. I mean, we can fix that. Remove component. There. Now we don't have 5 bajillion logs. Alright. I'm gonna go find Titan blades. Where's the thing that handles Titan blades? I don't remember where that is. It's not here. This has all of the display stuff. Wait, no. Titan blades match handler. Not yet. Where's free play? That's not what handles free play. Hold on. Titan Blades API handle. There it is free play. Okay, that's what we wanted. Okay, and the real KT Dash is going to complain, but everybody just ignore this. GBFP. Do it again. Oh, right, I need to new stream, and then I can do that. There we go. And then, that. It did actually show up down here. So that's functioning. Oh, funnily enough, the icons actually were in the right place. Interesting. I wonder how I fix that. I mean, it's honestly, that's fine. That does mean it kind of handles itself, though. Funnily enough. What I'll probably end up doing is versus display, and the challenge panel does actually need to be positioned differently. Yes, all of this can be its own layout element. I'll probably need to kind of copy over everything. Music info display will need to be its own element. Apparently, music info display also gets moved, so I'll probably need to kind of change. I'll need like a container for it, I think, is going to be what I end up doing with that. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna BRB, so everybody take a stretch break whilst I go and get up as well. BRB. your turn. Okay, let's finish up with this stuff. So, something I'm actually gonna want to do. Scene Layout Manager is gonna need to reference that Titan Blades camera. That's gonna be the first thing I need to do. So now the way we're going to do that is going to be pop private camera Titan lowercase t Titan Blades camera, and then whenever we change layout, we're going to pull that information and just send that to the camera. Hopefully we can actually change the window on that. Fuck. Where is that? On layout change is probably what I want. Okay. If Titan Blades camera is a valid object. What is that called, anyways? Viewport rect. Unless that's not... Uh-oh. Is that not something I can actually adjust? Hold on. Let's go pull that up in scripting API. Shift now. This is... Wait, where on the screen is the camera rendered in pixel coordinates? Is it pixel rect? Oh wait, no, it's rect, I think, actually. Yeah. Okay, so it's written as viewport rect in the inspector, but it's actually just rect. I think. That's what it seems like. Yeah. Okay. Wacky. The funny thing is that is a rect, so I can actually just pull that straight across. Current layout, I think is what we want. Titan Blades region. Cool. And I can set that up based on where that's going to be. The most important thing is that I actually am going to basically get, I have to remember what the ratio of the size of this screen to the full OBS thing is. And that's basically going to be what the width and height values are going to be. is that ratio. And I have to remember what the fuck that is. Oops, I just moved things. If I go ahead and do edit transform, 1543 by 866, I think is what we want. Well, actually, it might be slightly larger than it should be. Kind of looks a little off. Unless it's actually fine. Let's see if this shows me edit transform. 1536. Okay. 19. Or sorry, it should be 1536 divided by 1920. The ratio is 0.8. So it should be 0.8 and then 0. Oops. 0.8. I need to add that to all of these, and I'll have to move them around later. Should do this like 0.2. When it's on the regeneration screen. It can be full screen on end screen. It can be full screen on standby screen. And then I'll figure out what chatting overlay is going to be in a sec. Display with overlay. I need to figure out what position that is. Now, it is, of course, bottom left corner aligned, obviously. So what I'm going to need is... I need to remember... What would probably help is if I can find the position of certain things. I believe timers is anchored to the bottom of that thing. Redeem toast container, I think, is anchored to the bottom. So clearly 597. So we gotta do that out of 720. 720 minus 597 is 123. Divide that by 720. You get 0.17. So, basically 0.17 is gonna be where that ends up getting placed. Cool. Good so far. And then, we get the X position. Which I think we actually use stream alert container. That is anchored to the left side of the screen. So we take 249 and just divide that by 1280 immediately. We get 0.194. So this will be placed at 0.194. It's kind of hard to see it because I have all of the UI in the way. But I think that's going to be where that's supposed to be placed. It's supposed to be placed. For now, I'm actually going to make it full screen. And then I'm going to have it be modified by the thing. Although I forgot to put those values down in the thing. 1708. 1708. And the other value will be 1945. Cool. Then I gotta figure out where they're placed on the other screen. The chatting screen. And for that, Let's go ahead and get GIMP open. I'm gonna figure out its own position. I'm not gonna use the same position as it was before this update. Drag in this. I have the screenshot already of it. I think the idea, I could have it be this area right here. Let me like do Control All so I can get a thing that's in the same whatchamacallit. Because I want it to I'm gonna do new layer real quick. Layer crop to selection. That way I can get where the layer is here. That way we still have, like, new chat goes right here. Basically. There's enough space there for new chat. And then the Titan Blades is up there. So that works. In order to figure that out, though, first of all, we need this pixel. 865,620. Which this is a 1080 image, so we're actually going to be doing these in a different way. 1080 minus 620. That was 620 here, right? Yeah. Equals this value. Divide that by 1080. We have the position 0.42. So in chatting overlay, the Y position will be 0.4259. And then the X position, 865. Oops. By 1920, 0.4505. 4505. Then also what I need, where did we go? Here we are. Layer boundary size. We have a layer boundary size of 990, and I did try and set it to the same screen ratio as the rest of it. So I think what we do is we do 990 divided by 1920 to get a screen ratio of 5156. 5156 and 5156. That's going to be where Titan Blades is on that screen. And then standby screen can be full screen, end screen can be full screen. And regeneration, it is in a tiny corner because we don't want it disturbing us whilst we're doing. In fact, actually, I'm going to put it 0.8 because it is, width 2, height 2. So we put it in X8 so that it is on the opposite side of me because I'm on the left side on that screen. That'll be how that's set up. Then I need to get layout positions for all of the UI components for Titan Blades. So for that, I'm going to need to start renaming some things. That means I need to actually open the prefab. So this is now going to be called Titan Blades versus Display. Titan Blades Challenge panel is already named decently. And we can actually immediately start using this, but I will need to change the anchoring of it, I think. Might actually... Well, I think all I need to do is just change that positioning. Now I can actually start moving that around. That's like one of the other things I need to make sure I have the ability to move around. So, music info display. Here's the problem. So this motherfucker moves itself around. So I think what I'm gonna end up having to do is I'm gonna have to put it inside of something. I think actually that's gonna be the easiest way to do this. I'm gonna create an object here. Music info display. Or sorry, I should actually have Titan Blades at the beginning. Music display. We want it to anchor to the bottom here. Actually, I want to anchor to the top. Pivot will be top left. I'll make it take up the entire screen for now, because I'm just going to scale it anyways. And then that gets put under there. In theory, that should all still function just fine. And then all I need to do is all these motherfuckers need all the things it needs. The OBS layout elements. They all need OBS layout elements components. Yeah, so this gets positioned in a specific way. And then OBS layout element. And so their names will be used to get all of that correctly. And then I just need to add all of those. So, Titan Blades versus display needs to be added, Titan Blades challenge panel, and Titan Blades music display. So let's start off by setting all of these up for display with overlay. Duplicate this, and add one for Titan Blades versus display. Add one for Titan Blades challenge panel. Finally, Titan Blades music display. Alright, let's get this stuff set up. So Titan Blades versus display in and of itself is the entire thing, but I'm gonna change this now to be like here, and then pivot is set to the top here, like that, so I can reuse certain other values. I already set up Titan Blades challenge panel to do that, which honestly I've really got to redo this to make it look nicer. And Titan Blades music display will also be set up. Cool. Alright. So, versus display, we want to make sure that the scale is 0.8 on both of these. And also the music display. Because we're going to have that actually show up in the location. Which means it's going to have the same values as the other one. So, I want to reuse... I believe Streamlert container should be in the exact position I need it to be in. 24922. Yeah. So I'll just reuse those for versus display and music display. Challenge panel is going to be different. For this, I'm going to reuse, I'm assuming, timers. Specifically the anchor X value for timers. But yeah, that looks to be about right. So the challenge panel will be put at this position, and then it's going to be put at -22. Since I do think it is anchored the same. Yes. Cool. Then I'm copying you guys. Copy. Add you to chatting overlay. Where are you guys going on chatting overlay? I believe you want to be using the values for... So for example, we have the width and height 0.8 on display with overlay. So we want to use the width and height scaling from these. So it would be 5156 for both of the versus display, 0.5156, and the music display will be that scale. I might need to change the sizing of this one though, actually. In fact, I might actually leave it 0.8. And then I'm gonna end up positioning it differently. Oh wait, no, yeah, for the music display, yeah, that makes sense. The versus display is different. Yeah, all right. The challenge panel I'll probably actually use 640 and then 0. That'll just be at the top of the screen, similar how it is here. That's gonna be fine. The versus display though, that's gonna be different. I believe I did set it up the way it should be. So 86564, but we need to convert that to the ratio 1280 divided by 1920. So 0.6. So 865 times 2 divided by 3 is 576. So we'll change to 576. And then 64 times 2 divided by 3 is 42. So negative 42. I feel like there's something else that's in that sort of same area, but maybe not. I don't usually use the little copper thing as a border for much else. Challenge panel can stay there. Music display. So create a new thing here. And what I'm actually going to do is layer boundary size percent 80. And that gives me that. And then what I want to do is I'm just going to put it over to here. Out of curiosity, what would that end up doing? 1536 by 80. Right, yeah. That's exactly the value in OBS. Can I get 1920 minus 1536, please? Thank you. 384. 384. Okay. I'm gonna put black in this so I see where that is. So I want to come up to here. I actually want it to kind of center like that. I don't have to be super accurate. In fact, actually, I kind of do want to be, like, slightly lower. Where's that being positioned? 600, negative 176. So we're going to calculate those in the ratio. So 600 times 2 divided by 3 is 400. So music display goes 400. I might actually reduce the size a little bit more, honestly. So it's not as big. But I think 0.8 actually makes more sense, actually. Because I do want it to... It's a credit to the artist of the song. So I do want that to be visible enough. So 0.8 makes sense. So I'm going to keep that 0.8. Therefore, anchor Y. What value am I using for that again? Yeah, negative 176. So 176 times 2 divided by 3. 117. And that's going to be a positive 117 because it is now actually off screen. Cool. That'll be where that's placed. That should be it. Now, for the other ones, it's going to be a little bit different. So, first of all, I'm going to copy from here. Standby screen. We want it to be full screen. So, for that, all three of these are going to have a scale of 1. And then I think anchor X and Y are just going to be 0 for all of these. Except for challenge panel. Music display is going to be 0. Challenge panel, I believe, is going to be 640 0. Because we have it anchored to the center of the object. And then end screen, we do the same thing. Even though y'all should not be doing Titan Blades when I'm trying to end stream. Regeneration is going to be interesting, though. For that, 1280 times 0.8. Well, actually, we want to make sure first and foremost. We leave Titan Blade's challenge panel the way it is. Although I will still do like a 0.5x scale on it. Music display, I'll probably actually leave it the way it is. Versus display is the one that I need to make sure it's aligned with where it is. So 0.2. And then the anchor X, I think it said it was 0.8. So I take like 1280 times 0.8. 1024. Done. And those are the layouts. Alright, real quick, I do need to make sure that the Titan Blades camera is referenced. Have to remember where the layout manager is. Here's the layout manager, but why... Oh, I didn't save this. Now I saved this, now it shows up. Titan Blades camera. Alright. Let's try that out. Let's make sure that that works properly. Why did we... What do you mean layout config file is missing default scene layout? Oh. I fucked something up. I forgot a comma after all the Titan Blades regions. That's what happened. Let's get that fixed. There we go. Fixed. That should actually be an error, not a warning. There we go. Much better. Connect to OBS, yes. And I have to go find. You turn on free play. Hit new stream. Real KT Dash is going to complain that I'm using the thing. Too bad. So sad. What emotes do I have? Do I have anybody else other than me? No. I do not have anybody else subscribed right now. Oh well. Toaster. I placed it here. What happened to the thing? Why were you... Why are you not working? Why is that not working? Canvas was not working there, and I don't know why. Hold on. I'm gonna have to pause this. Why are you not working? Wait. Why is none of this enabled? Oh, I think I know why. Maybe, unless... Yep, okay. The animator has been confused. The animator has been broken. That's what's going on here. It's because Titan Blades... Oh, yeah, because I renamed this from Versus Display to Titan Blades Versus Display. Okay, that's fine. We can fix that, actually. We can fix that. But I am going to need to close Unity to fix it, I think. Here's what we do. Close Unity. I need to go find those files. UI anims. Titan Blades. Let's open this up. This is not the controller that we care about. Yes, so, every single time in which we see Path versus Display, we want to replace that with Path Titan Blades versus Display. And that should fix it. So, we're going to do Control F, find Path versus Display, replace with Path Titan Blades versus Display. And then replace all. 12 occurrences, replace an entire file. Save file. And we're going to go through all of these and do all of that. Replace all. 6 occurrences. Save. Oh, actually, I'll just like save, close it. Screening in place all. Save, close. Start anim. Place all. Save, close. New rifle. Place all. Save, close. Knockout. Place all. Save, close. In theory, that should fix it. Let's see if that works. We reopen the project. So nothing about the layout system was breaking it. It was actually just the animation data got fucked up. Boom. So now if I scrub through this, yeah, now all of that stuff is working. So now we should be able to get that to work. Connect to OBS, new stream. Go find... I have to go find the thing again. Turn free play on. Now it's working. Now it is working a lot better. I'm noticing it's much more off-screen. Like, I might need to add some masks to these potentially. Yeah, see that like glitched out basically. Same with that. Yeah, that's why that's still showing up. Okay, so we can handle that though. We can fix that. But so far, that's working much better now. Okay. So I can go ahead and add image, and then mask. Do not show mask graphic. And I do the same thing to music display. Show mask graphic. Save. Challenge panel doesn't need a mask of any sort. Alright. Come back out. And we see if that works now. Now realizing that the Morgie combo... Is the Morgie combo a layout object? It is. Okay. I did actually set that up. Okay, cool. Had to make sure of that. Turn free play on. So now it's going to be masked out. There we go. Much better. There we go. And then it actually disappears off screen now. Cool. Very good. It is now functioning much better. Good shit. that's been handled. So I can now check that off my Trello. That's honestly probably a good stopping point because I've been 4 hours. Oh right, it's gonna be needs testing, but it is done-ish. I just still need to have Titan Blades pause music. That's something I need to handle eventually. But we're getting closer. We are getting closer to this being completely done and ready to go. As it stands right now, if I need to, I can just have it, I can pause it manually myself. I pause the music manually myself whenever we're doing Titan Blades. We kind of already have to do that. But also, part of the reason that I'm setting this up so that Titan Blades can automatically pause the music when it needs to. But yeah, that's working much better now. I'm very excited with how that's coming out now. But I think that probably is actually going to be where I stop streaming for today, because I'm tired, and I want to get some food, and I don't want to work on anything else big right now, because that was kind of already a very big thing. And hopefully we finish this up tomorrow, because we are very close now. Very close. But yeah, so we will... I'm gonna go ahead and go over to chatting scene. And I don't know if Amy is around to do thing-a-ding. But whilst we are waiting for Amy to potentially show up, we will go see if anybody is around for us to raid. So if you're still here, do please stick around because we're going to drop in on a friend of ours, and I have my usual spiel I need to go through. Load high viewers. See who's on. Abby the Lesbiab is on. Still doing her one-shot tactics game. I'll probably drop in on her. There's Little Witch Oz. Elaine is also doing some software and game dev. Why does my scroll bar keep moving around? That's annoying. Yeah, I think we drop in on Abby then. Where'd you go? There you go. Pull that open. And put you over here for now. So let me get rid of this. Leave the page. There's Amy. Thank you for plugs, Amy. Okay, so or let me also figure out what raid message is going to be. I might do default though, because did we really, like, run into anything weird with Unity? Nah, I think it was mostly just, us getting work done. So, yeah, I'm just gonna do default raid message. So, raid sub, free. Copy this. I swear it never lets me copy it right first time. That's a raid message. If you're not subscribed to the channel, you can still unlock that emote using channel points, and it is very affordable here. So with that being said, let me go in here. Alright, so those of you tuned in today's stream, whether you're lurking or actively participating, thank you very much for tuning in. If you're new here, stay in Green Protocol. I am Kton, I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber, and sometimes I work on my game dev stuff on stream, as I did today, obviously. I announce my schedule, as well as post some extra game dev stuff on our Discord server, as well as my Tumblr, links being in chat. And if you want to play around with the Titanfall-inspired FPS we're working on, or if you want to support me monetarily in general, best way to do so is tip me on Ko-fi, which is also linked in chat. Don't forget that checking in on consecutive streams gets you bonus channel points with Pilot XP. My next stream will be tomorrow, as Wednesdays and Thursdays are my game development days, and we'll be finishing up, hopefully, cross fingers, that we are actually going to be done with this tomorrow, with doing the media player system. So I will see you again on tomorrow. Yeah. And with that being said, we're going to set up grade, Abby, Liz, Yab. So with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning into my stream. Hope to see you guys next time. Until then, this is Kton, over and out.